Good afternoon, members. I call Committee of the Whole on Bill 41, Forest Statutes Amendment Act to order. And shall Clause 1 pass?
All right.
Recognizing the member from Peace River South.
Well, thank you, Chair, and I'm obliged to stand up. I thought maybe the minister would stand up first. I was excited to hear his monologue on the introduction of this bill in committee stage. But I think we'll just jump right into it, as he seems eager to do that himself. Maybe to start by want to be able to thank the staff of the minister. We had a briefing on this bill, and I thank them for that. I think when we look at this bill in its entirety, it's a lot of, I shouldn't say complexity, because it's not really complex, but it's a lot of changes that are being made that are minor in some areas, but maybe important to the minister. And so we'll have opportunities as we get into some sections to maybe dive into the intent of some of that. Maybe on section 1, my first question should be around the fact that we are looking at, throughout this bill, quite a few, I can't remember how many, 188 sections I think it is in this bill. Well, actually, it's interesting. The minister has said, like, typically they put things in regulation. I think we'll find a lot of the times, even throughout this bill, I'll challenge that minister, because there is stuff going in through regulation, unless he wants to correct that on the record when we get to certain sections that actually he wants to actually be prescriptive rather than saying leaving it up to the minister for a future date. We'll get to that at certain sections possibly as we get through the bill. But we are looking at the Wildfire Act, the Forest Act, and the Forest Range, FERPA, the Forest Range Practices Act. Now, the minister will know that, and I think he can correct me if I'm wrong, in his second reading speech talked about a lot of this was started back in 2017, 2019, when there was talk about modernization of the forestry policy in British Columbia. I'm curious, though, that's 4, 5, 6 years ago. What consultation has the minister done over the last 4 or 5 years? If he's going to be referencing work that was done that long ago, I'm assuming there's been consultation that's taken place in the last 5 years before this piece of legislation was brought to the House.
Minister.
Great, thank you. Thank you. I want to thank the member for the question. There has been, since the government came to power in 2017, and you'll appreciate that I have not been the minister for that entire time, of course, but there is a continuity of policy consultation. I think the major step would have been the intentions paper in 2020 and 2021, which set out a number of broad concerns about the forest industry and how the legislative framework that guides it might be changed. If the member's question is about the specific elements of this particular bill, the cultural and prescribed fire, discretionary issuance of cutting permits, and compliance and enforcement, I do have detailed notes, and I can give to the member a fairly detailed recitation of the consultation process that took place for each of the major sections of the bill, should he wish that.
Member.
Thank you. Appreciate the offer, and I also know that the minister has not been here there since 2017. Whether I appreciate that or not is probably up for debate at a later time. But I will, I guess, maybe just make it a little easier for the minister. In the last couple of years, so has this piece of legislation been a couple of years in the making, and it took a while to reach the House, based on the information that the minister said on those consultation periods, or has there been ongoing, I guess, consultation that's led us to this piece of legislation? And with that, maybe just some of the ones that jump to mind, for instance. I'm just curious, there's a lot of different references that the minister made, as well as through the legislation around First Nations abilities and involvement throughout this legislation and some of the changes. So what recent or progressive consultation has taken place over the last few years, let's say with all the First Nations around British Columbia, that this will affect?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, let me then, based on the member's question, break this down to three areas, broadly speaking. The proposed amendments related to cultural and prescribed fire. Let me give you the detail. From February to March 2023, the ministry consulted and engaged with all First Nations in the province. On February 13th, 2023, the ministry sent a consultation package consisting of a letter and supporting discussion paper to all First Nations in the province. The letter described the proposed changes, requested comments, and feedback from First Nations, and offered the opportunity to meet to discuss the proposal and potential impacts further. The ministry responded to all requests for information, meetings, or clarification about the proposed amendments. The ministry attended 1 in-person meeting and 5 virtual meetings. 23 First Nations provided written responses, 3 of which expressed support for the proposals. 3 others indicated the nations did not have any comments nor concerns. 13 nations responded with substantive comments or questions. However, the majority of the responses were outside the scope of the proposed amendments and related instead to other wildfire and land management practices and to other phases of the cultural and prescribed fire policy modernization process. So let me then deal with the second broad area. Discretionary issuance of cutting permits and road permits. Our Ministry of Forest staff have been in communication identified with First Nations, they have engaged with First Nations since November 2021, during which time First Nations identified the issuance of cutting permits and road permits as a concern. Ministry staff met with First Nations in March 2023 in Campbell River, Williams Lake, and Prince George to receive information and identify specific concerns. During these meetings, the ministry received comments and feedback on the proposal From representatives of approximately 108 nations, the ministry initiated consultation on June 9th, 2023, with the distribution of a consultation package, letter, and discussion paper, and an invitation to meet and provide comments and feedback to 205 nations. On June 26th, ministry staff began holding online video conference calls, which continued upon request from individual nations until August 14th, 2023. From June 9th to August 14th, 2023, the ministry responded to 24 individual nations by an online video meeting, 14, verbal conversation 1, or written response 9. Ministry responded to all requests for information, meetings, or clarification. In general, the First Nations support the proposal but identified overlapping interests and no shared decision-making ability as a concern. The nations responded with substantive comments or answers. However, much of the input was outside the scope of the proposed amendments and related to other matters. And then finally, the third, let me just see where I am here. The third area, compliance and enforcement. Consultation with First Nations on changes to the Wildfire Act, the Forest Act, and the Forest Range Practices Act took place between July 6, 2021 and September 3, 2021 as part of the province's broader and ongoing modernizing forest policy initiative that included the topic of strengthening compliance and enforcement in the forest sector. During this period, the province heard from 125 First Nations and organizations through correspondence, meetings, information sessions, and other forms of engagement. In April to November 2022, there was additional consultation and engagement on the development of these legislative amendments. The ministry initiated consultation on the specific details of its proposal to strengthen compliance and enforcement on April 26, 2023. Sending a consultation package consisting of a letter and a supporting discussion paper to all First Nations in the province. The letter described the proposed changes, requested comments and feedbacks from First Nations, and offered the opportunity to meet to discuss the proposal and potential impacts. Further, the ministry responded to all requests for information, meetings, or clarification about proposed amendments. The ministry held a virtual open house on June 15, 2023, and 24 First Nations representatives participated. Staff responded to 25 individual nations by virtual meetings, 7, letters 4, emails 12, phone calls 1, and a referral to another agency. The ministry responded to all requests for information, meetings, or clarification about the proposed amendments. The majority of the responses were outside the scope of the proposed amendments and related instead to other matters. There was a general spirit of support for the proposal. Feedback has been considered in policy development. A follow-up email was sent on August 30th, updating all the First Nations that the province is moving forward with the introduction of the 3 legislative amendments under the Wildfire Act, the Forest Act, and the Forest Range Practices Act at the fall legislative session.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the minister's staff for having that all written out for him. They obviously knew that question would be coming and had it pretty detailed of what the minister has done on that, which I appreciate that. But one of the things I want to flag through that then, it sounds like through the minister's acknowledgement from what he just read out there, that a lot of the correspondence that he received was outside the scope of the drafting, I guess, of this bill, or the intents of this bill, which leads me to acknowledge some of the feedback that I've been getting is, which it will be outside the parts of this bill, so we won't get into big debates on that, but it's just the uncertainty that's out there right now and the confusion or the angst around the forestry sector of what the intentions are of this minister and government based on what the reality is of what we're seeing on the ground, based on what we want to see in the future. And so one of the, and the minister can maybe just nod if he can get back up if he chooses to, it's his prerogative, but I thought I heard about the culture and prescribed fire when he did the consultation on that. And we can get to it later on towards the end of the bill, which is fine as well, in more detail. But it sounded like what the minister said, that there was not a lot of support. It sounded like there was a little bit of feedback, but it wasn't a lot of support for that section, and then some of it was outside the scope. My question is more, I guess, as the bill was being drafted then, and in all aspects of the bill that the minister has acknowledged in the 3 different acts that are being talked about changes here, when there wasn't support, and the minister said he acknowledged things that were within the scope or questions that First Nations had. So was there a lot of subsequent drafting changes that were made? Like were First Nations around the province, were they given the heads up, or an NDA, let's say, were they told this is what the bill's going to be, and then the minister made further changes to it? Or were they part of the drafting? Or I'm trying to understand what the minister is saying through the consultation process prior to the drafting of this bill, if I'm putting words in his mouth. Again, trying to understand what changes were made then based on that feedback, if there were a lot of First Nations that didn't support aspects of this bill.
Minister.
Thank you. I just want to correct what the member said about attributing to me a comment that First Nations in the consultation process for any one of these 3 headings said that they didn't support it, particularly cultural and prescribed fire. I'll just read again what I said, because I was reading as the member likely noticed. The ministry responded to all requests for information, meetings, or clarification about the proposed amendments. The ministry attended 1 in-person meeting and 5 virtual meetings. 21 First Nations made written responses, 3 of which expressed support for the proposals. 3 others indicated the nations did not have any comments or concerns. And the 13 nations responded with substantive comments or questions. However, the majority of the responses were outside the scope of the proposed amendments and related instead to other wildfire and land management practices and to other phases of the cultural and prescribed fire policy modernization process. So there wasn't opposition expressed. In reference to the comment about responses being outside the scope, typically there might well have been about the forest landscape planning process and other processes that are underway as part of forest transformation. So it wasn't that they were brushed aside; they were referred to. There is a forest landscape planning table, and they were referred there. So that particular policy is of keen interest to many nations who are actively involved in forestry. So I think that answers the member's question, I hope.
Recognizing the member from Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Clause 1, under 1A, it looks like this clause applies to removing some of the definitions from Part 4, which is the general tenure provisions, and places them now in Part 1 under definitions and interpretations. So do I understand from this that this means that these definitions are no longer restricted to Part 4 and are now applicable to the entire statute?
Minister.
Answer is yes.
Member.
Chair. The definition cutting permit is repealed and a new definition added, cutting permit area. It expands the definition to now include proposed cutting area. Curious to know at what stage of the planning process would the proposed part of the definition kick in?
Minister.
Thank you. This applies at the application stage. The cutting permit area is the area that is being referred to, and then assuming approval, all or part of the area that's being applied for will receive a cutting permit. So that's the cutting permit area is the object of the, if I could put it that way, of the application for a cutting permit.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So I have it clear in my head. The proposed cutting area is prior to the permit being granted. So the proposed part of this definition would kick in when the application is submitted to the ministry? Or can the proponent who's talking about putting the application in, he might be proposing to cut in that area 6 months or a year in advance of actually putting the application together to submit to government or to submit to the ministry to get the cutting permit approved. So is the proposed part of this, under this definition, is it indicative of the completed application on the minister's desk prior to approval?
Minister.
Thank you. At the point that the proposed area comes forward, there will be an expectation that the applicant has made some inquiries and has an understanding of whether there will be support for the application. When it goes forward, that'll be a consideration under the new rules for the statutory decision maker. And simply because an area is proposed does not mean it would necessarily be approved. You might submit a proposed cutting area that contained 4 blocks, but one might not be approved, and you might get permission to go forward and cut in 3 of the 4 blocks.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the answer from the minister. I guess, you know, I put this out on behalf of other tenure holders on the ground. So the trappers, the guide outfitters, adventure tourism operators that keep a close eye on the operations of the forest licensees throughout all the areas of the province. So when would the licensee or the applicant be consulting with the tenure holders with respect to a proposed cutting area? So is it during the stage prior to the application, or would it be once the application is in and it's in the minister's office? So I'm just inquiring on their behalf as to when their input would be considered.
Minister.
Thank you. Prior to the process being engaged at the ministry level, the forest licensee would have an internal process that takes some time. Companies will have, under the present legislation, a forest stewardship plan where there'd be opportunity for someone holding a trap line, for example. I know the members keenly interested in the former representative of the Trappers Association. That would be one opportunity for input. As of April 1st, 2024, and there will be a requirement to have a forest operations map that will be required under FERPA, and that, in order to get approval, there'll have to be a process of advertising that for at least 30 days, and the area that's being under consideration will have to be easily identifiable. So, again, that would be another opportunity for input from the hypothetical owner of the trap line.
Recognizing the third-party House Leader.
Yeah, thank you. And this opportunity to ask some questions here. Just want to maybe take this up, go pretty high level with this. It's the first opportunity I've had to speak to the minister. There's been a fairly substantive change in focus in how the government is organized. This particular ministry with a pretty distinct now focus just on forestry. And so I'm just wondering what the minister's and intention is going forward with this ministry, and what are the outcomes that they're hoping to achieve with these changes, and how they align with the changes that were made in 2021.
Minister.
Yes, so thank you very much for the question. Yes, there has been a internal reorganization between the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship and the Forest Ministry. Legislation and functions formerly dealt with water, although there were some in Walrus already, including watershed management. But those have been devolved to Walrus and also Wildlife and the Land Act. So the premise of the member's question is accurate in the sense that the ministry, Forest Ministry, will now focus more or less exclusively on forest issues and the forest statutes. And I think that's a natural outcome of the creation of the new ministry and its evolution. And I think the issues that are before the forest sector and forestry generally in the province, I think will be better served, and I'll be able to give more attention and more time to those issues, which are of intense public concern on occasion. And I think the forest transformation that I've been mandated to oversee will benefit from that slightly more focused approach.
Member.
Yeah, thank you. What was the rationale from the minister's perspective to move these specific set of amendments that we see in this bill in front of us?
Minister.
Thank you. The three broad areas I think are consistent with what has been heard in the broad consultation and public representations that have been made by First Nations, by the industry, by communities. A desire, certainly on the cultural fire side from the Indigenous community, that was previously proscribed, prohibited, and this will enable traditional knowledge to be used in a different way and a more effective way. Secondly, on the issuance of permits, both road and frequently issues have arisen in that consideration of that process that have not been able to resolve. This will give the statutory decision maker and the district offices more tools to resolve issues at the local level that will, I think, be welcomed by all participants in the process. And thirdly, on compliance and enforcement, that's an issue. If you make a law and people can break it at will, then it doesn't have the same force and people are less likely to pay attention to it. At least that's the basic premise of most of the reputable criminologists would say. So that is something that has been broadly supported and desired. So these amendments are a response to public concern across the piece about important issues in the sector.
Member.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to the minister for those responses. Why are we not seeing any of the potential necessary legal changes or the changes in the acts with respect to the old growth strategic review in these amendments?
Minister.
I would agree with the member to the extent that these are not included specifically within these amendments, but they nevertheless support that general direction. Previously, without discretion, the statutory decision maker couldn't make a decision to say, I'm prepared to issue the permit, but this old growth stand here will not be, I won't give permission to log that particular old growth stand. I won't give permission to have the road permit be allowed to pass through this particular part of the cut block for because there's an important cultural site there. So this gives that discretion, and it's consistent with the Old Growth Strategic Review, and I think it will advance the goals that are set out there. Secondly, on the issue of compliance and enforcement, the amendments will give the power to not simply assess a penalty or a fine against someone who breaks the rules, but will also enable an order to be made for I guess I think they call it damages, I believe in the Act, or reparations. So if you unlawfully log something that you're not supposed, a stand that you're not allowed to, there's a mechanism for assessing not just a penalty, but the value of what you have destroyed, insofar as that's possible. And so that will have potentially substantial deterrent effect. I'm reasonably confident against that kind of activity. I mean, we hear of people heading into forests and logging, like in Vancouver Island, old growth cedar right beside the roadside, and there will be an opportunity to assess much stronger penalties against people like that.
Member.
Yeah, thank you. There were changes to the Forest Act, the FERPA, and FERPA in 2019, 2021, and now we're seeing these changes. Can the minister maybe characterize where the regulation-making process for those previous two acts is at? Has that work been completed? I know that when the government made those changes in 2021, that the policy or the regulation hadn't been completed yet. So can the minister maybe just provide a little bit of an update for us as to where we're at with the regulation changes? Are we all up to date, or where does that stand?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for the question. The 2019 amendments will culminate in the regulatory sense with the forest operations map, which will come into effect April 1st, 2024, as I mentioned earlier. On the 2020 amendments, this is largely these are very major transformative changes to regulation. This will be transformative in the sense that forest landscape plans will be implemented. There are 4 pilots I've got the names of two of them, Nadina, which is near Burns Lake, Quesnel, and there are two others. The names escape me at the moment. They are pilots, and the way in which they operate is informing the writing of the regulation going forward. There is money in the budget, and there are for another 8 forest landscape plans, of which 5 have been selected, and another 3 will be selected shortly. So. But then that's the forest landscape planning table I spoke of earlier. So that process is ongoing, and it will have regional variations, obviously, in a province like British Columbia, but that's the intention, that the way in which regional plans are made will be transformed by the implementation of this regulation.
Member.
Yeah, it's important to kind of understand the picture of forestry that this ministry sees once those regulatory making pieces are finished from the work that was done in 2019 by a previous minister, 2021 that was done by yet another previous minister, and how that fits into the work that's being done here. It'd be nice to hear from the minister how he sees the forest sector looking and the way that it is operating in this province. It's one of the 4 paintings in the rotunda. It's one of those kind of foundational industries. It's now been given the space in the ministry to be the focus of the minister and of the staff. How does he see this ministry operating once these regulatory pieces are finished, and this law is part of that package of changes that's happened, as the minister pointed out, very substantive changes from 2019 till now, and I think it would be good for British Columbians to hear from the minister how he sees it operating.
Minister.
I thank the member very much for the question. I think there's no doubt that these are profound changes in forestry that the government is advancing, and certainly that is my mandate. They engage what is a historic foundational industry in the province in new directions. So it involves industry, it involves First Nation, it involves communities, and it will. The general direction is away from an exclusive focus on timber values towards broader values such as biodiversity, wildlife concerns, community balance, and First Nations reconciliation, essentially returning the public interest as the most important aspect of how the forests are regulated within the province. And so those partnerships with First Nations, the reconciliation, work with industry to clearly define the role of industry and where jobs and resources will be found, and where forest activity will take place. All of those are very long-term profound changes that are consistent with a different vision for forestry that the predecessor ministers that you've mentioned advanced, and I'm obliged to advance on behalf of the government as well. So I think we're expressing a long-term concern for the public interest in forestry being represented, for economic well-being, and for biodiversity and ecological balance.
Member.
Thank you. I have two more questions. I'm going to ask them as one, and then just to pass it back to my colleagues. In light of that, and in light of the aspects of this bill that talk about prescribed burns and other ways to view the landscape management and operations, there are two aspects of this that I think, in light of the minister's response with respect to biodiversity and ecosystem health and wildlife, two aspects of forestry that I am quite concerned about, and I'm wondering how the minister sees it. One, the application of clear cutting on the land base, very destructive for a lot of the values that the minister just noted. So the first question is, does the minister see the use of clear cutting entire ecosystems or entire parts of ecosystems to be future part of the future of BC forestry? And then the follow-up to that would be the type of planting that occurs in those landscapes, either landscapes that have already been clear-cutted or landscapes that will be clear-cut in the future. And I don't want to leave the sense that I believe that we're just monocropping, because I don't think that we are, but we're certainly not planting these fire-resilient, biodiverse forests. And in many respects, we call them tree farms. So we have tree farming happening. So I'm just wondering if the minister could talk about the future of clear cutting in the province, and then as well how we are replanting those ecosystems so that they can be more fire resistant through what the experts are talking about in terms of replanting things that more closely resemble to forests than future timber supply, as the minister suggested.
Minister.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll propose to answer the question by dealing with the silviculture question first. Certainly, in the Chief Forester's office, who advises the ministry broadly, there's a section where these kind of questions about what kind of replanting should take place, and I know the member for Prince George North in his second reading speech raised that very question, where in a natural forest there is sometimes deciduous species that help the resilience of the forest, and if you simply plant, I think the example that you used he used in his speech was simply planting a pine, that might not be the best approach in the long run. So those considerations are being actively considered, and there was in the recommendations of the Old Growth Strategic Review, there was recommendation number 12, which talked about innovative silviculture systems, and some grant money was given to an institute in Smithers to work on those questions in conjunction with the Chief Forester's office. So, as I understand it, that concern is understood and is actively being addressed. On the first question about clear cutting, one of the advantages of creating some discretion in the issuance of permits and also implementing a forest landscape planning process is that there may be some cases where clear cutting is the best process, constrained by the plan, or it may not be, but there will be that discretion to make that decision through a forest landscape planning process, and that's a real advantage, and it will help us achieve our goals of transformation and respecting the other range of values besides timber values in the long run that we advocate.
Shall Clause 1 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? On Clause 2, member from Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Just some clarification. I know we touched on it a bit in under Clause 1 here, but with reference to the added definition of forest operations map, and when I was going through this, Chair, I was looking feverishly for Section 15.1 under the current Act, and of course it's not there because it was under the amendment from 2019. So I've heard the minister's explanation on that, and I'm glad to see it's coming into force and will be part of the forest landscape planning. I'm just curious, so there's, you talk about the fundamental changes that are coming, and this part will come in on April the 1st, 2024. But I'm wondering if the minister can give some rationale as to why it's taken this long to get to this particular stage. And we'll probably get into more when we get into the transition clauses towards the end of this particular bill here. But this does seem to take quite a while to get to this particular point.
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, the member, for the question. It's a question that I sometimes ask myself of staff. In order to put the map system together, it's an online system. It required some systems development. It enables licensees to comment online about the proposed map for areas contained within their license. So it's taken time to develop, and of course, given the importance of this, one wants it to be done well and to be done right. So, but it is due to, as you point out, or as the member points out, coming into force on April 1st, 2024, and it will be available across the province.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up to that, I appreciate the answer, and I knew there's a lot of technicality or technical issues behind the scenes that everybody's working feverishly on. The online operations map, will that be accessible to other tenure holders that might be affected by the proposed cutting areas?
Minister.
Thanks very much. The map will be available for comment for at least 30 days for other forest users or tenure holders. Whether after and that's the comment period, and changes might be made as a result of those comments. I've asked whether then it would be online after that in its permanent form. I think I'd rather wait to get a definite answer. It seems likely that it will be, but I've asked staff just before making that comment on the record. I want to be sure that it's right, and so if I can probably get back to the member before the end of our discussion. I'm not sure whether we'll conclude today or tomorrow, but to give that assurance one way or the other.
Shall Clause 2 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? On Clause 3, member from Peace River South.
Yeah, my question won't be to ask the minister if we'll conclude today or tomorrow. But that's right, to the minister. So on Clause 3, when we looked at the definitions that were added at the beginning, there was a big section talking about corporate relations, and of course, in Clause 3 here, talking about the corporate relations, what's the significance? What brought this? Because this is a whole new, really, addition to Part 1. So can the minister explain some of the background of why we needed to be bringing in a whole definitive section around corporate relations?
Minister.
Thank you. There were changes introduced in 2019 that related to transfers and dispositions. This amendment moves those provisions to Part 1 so that they apply to the whole of the Act. I'm told that they're substantially the same. There were what the drafters have called tweaks, but they're not identical, is what I want to convey. But the intention and the meaning is the same, should this ever end up in court and being interpreted. So.
Member for Peace River South.
Thank you. Welcome, Chair. And thank you to the Minister for the answer. My colleague and I from Prince George Mackenzie, of course, when we were looking through this, we do see a lot of things that you have to go to the back of the bill to understand what's at the front of the bill and the middle of the bill for the back. Like, there's a lot of places. And being somebody who's been involved like the Minister has for a while, I understand the process for drafting the legalities around it. But I hope he indulges us, even though some of it's at a later point and changes. It's important when we're at certain sections just to get certain things on the record to make sure that, for all those people watching, that we're on top of this. So I'm just curious, with the Minister's answer, though, saying that it's tweaked, I think was the Minister's words, not a lot of changes. Is it, if that's the case, what were we trying to solve? We're moving a section to here, as the Minister said, but was there a loophole that's being fixed? Is there concerns that maybe companies were trying to evade their responsibility and that's why this had to change? Or was this really more of a cleanup, a legislation cleanup of making sure it's matching what we're trying to do?
Minister Forrest.
Thank you. Those definitions were previously in Part 4 for transfers. Transferring them to Section 1 is to give the discretion, particularly in the area of compliance and enforcement. So if, for example, you had one, let's say, a series of related companies, and there was a contravention committed by one of those entities, that entity failed to pay the contravention penalty, this would give the discretion to say all the other related companies you could go after for payment of that contravention. So it gives broader discretion to enforce the contraventions in the way that I described earlier. So.
It's not the payment. It's not the payment. It's their ability to get additional.
Oh, I see. Okay.
authorizations.
So I'm being advised that I misinterpreted what was said to me, well, not for the first time. But what is being referred to is not a payment, but it's the right to receive other permissions. And so if you breach one and you don't pay, then you won't be able to get permissions for other related entities that you might own. So it's a more effective enforcement mechanism.
Member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So I got a few more questions with respect to these definitions and whatnot, just to clarify things in my own mind. Under section 1.3 sub 1, can the minister tell me if he's determined what the definition of effective director will be and why it's going to be added to the regulations rather than as part of this statutory amendment that we're before us today?
Minister.
Thank you. Effective director is already in the regulations. It's been there since the 1990s. That definition is not being changed.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I'll have to look that up. And the regulations, I'm sure confirmed, they're the forest and range practice, planning and practices. No? Is there regulations specifically for the Forest Act?
Minister.
There is, I'm told, an effective director regulation under the Forest Act.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Turning now to, it's still under the same clause, but subsection 2A indicates that shares of the corporation are held other than by way of security only by or for the benefit of the person or group as applicable. I'm just wondering whether this means that a person who receives shares as part of their employment agreement falls under the provisions of subsection 2.
Minister.
Thank you. This provision already exists. I mean, the purpose of these set of regulations is to pierce the corporate veil and discover who is actually genuinely running the company. If a person, I think it would be unlikely that a person who worked there and got shares would be given sufficient shares to take over control of the company, but that would seem to be unlikely, but the definition is unchanged from before.
Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. And I do realize that this is just taken from Section 53 and moved into Part 1 of this statute here, but I'm just, because I have seen a few questionable transactions throughout the years, and so I'm just trying to wrap my head around some of these issues here. Sub B states that the votes carried by shares referred to in paragraph A are sufficient if exercised and considered in the aggregate, sub I, to elect or appoint 50% or more of the effective directors of the corporation, and II, to otherwise effectively control the operations and direction of the corporation. So I'm just curious as to what goes into, how do we determine how a person or group can otherwise effectively control the operations and directions of a corporation under sub II?
Minister Forrest.
Thank you. These provisions haven't changed, and they're basically there to discover who effectively controls the corporation.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I realize they haven't changed. I guess I'm just, what is otherwise effectively controlling the operation? You know, is it somebody who comes in and hijacks a board of directors meeting and inserts his or her position in there? I'm not sure exactly what that means, but maybe you can clarify that a little bit for me?
Minister.
Thank you. I think this would be perhaps a classic lawyer's answer, but it would depend upon the facts of the case. There's a broad policy objective that's sought in this kind of legislation. As far as I'm aware, and I've asked, there is no judicial interpretation of these provisions that would provide any guidance.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. I'm always baffled by lawyer talk. Subsection 3 speaks to corporate affiliation. It's quite extensive, the provisions that are in there. Can the minister tell me if, for an example, a First Nations band enters into a partnership agreement with a force licensee, whether this becomes a corporate affiliation covered under this section?
Minister.
In the example the member provides, he spoke of a partnership, I believe. Is that correct? I see he's nodding yes. It wouldn't apply.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. If a licensee offers a board position to a contract partner as part of their contract, does this become an affiliation covered under this act?
Minister.
The answer is no.
Member.
Interesting. Thank you, Chair. If a First Nations has been granted tenure in an area controlled by a licensee, or where a licensee has been operating and is probably the prime operator in the area, and has a partnership agreement with the licensee operating in the area, would the minister be concerned that forced tenure concentration is still an issue?
Minister.
Thank you. The ministry would only be engaged when there was a transfer, and there is what's called a fiber concentration regulation, which is prescribed and would apply. It's a formula. It would apply in the case of a transfer. So, but unless there was a transfer, the ministry wouldn't be involved.
Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Just some clarification on that. And so I do know that a lot of licensees are, for lack of a better term, courting or trying to form partnerships with First Nations who have tenure. They've been granted, 200,000, 300,000 cubic meters a year tenure within the operating area of the licensee. And the licensee is the only one that is going to take benefit of that particular tenure granted to the individual. So is that, so the ministry is not concerned that that is still a concentration of tenure to that licensee, even though that some of it might be held by the First Nations?
Minister.
Thank you. I accept the description that the member has given about current trends in those kind of relationships, but it is a business-to-business relationship, and the ministry is not involved and doesn't have any regulatory tools that would enable the ministry to be involved. The only exception would be if there was a transfer.
Members, shall Clause 3 pass? So ordered. On Clause 4, member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Clause 4 inserts a new subparagraph under Section 12.1 by adding J1, cutting permit, and Section 12.1 lists a number of forms of rights to harvest crown timber, including subsection H, which is a license to cut. And it's probably already in there somewhere in this massive amount of legislation we have in the different statutes, but what is the difference between a license to cut and a cutting permit?
Minister.
Thank you. Interesting question. A license to cut is a form of tenure typically issued for small short-term provisions such as oil and gas or mining where you need to take some trees down, typically. A cutting permit is issued where there is a tenure exists, and it's issued to a tenure holder.
Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Jared. So just one more point of clarification for me. So cutting permits would be issued to volume-based tenure holders?
Minister Forrest.
Those permits are issued to volume-based and area-based. Basically, it would be A to G in the list of described in 12 sub 1, and then A through, well, B is repealed, but A, C, D, E, E1, and G.
Members, shall Clause 4 pass? So ordered. shall Clause 5 pass? So ordered. On Clause 6, shall Clause 6, member for Mackenzie, Prince George Mackenzie.
They're close. Thank you, Chair. Under Section 13(1) sub 3, it states, on receipt of an eligible bioenergy application, the minister or a person authorized by the minister must approve the application. The new subsection 4 states that if the application under subsection 3 is approved, the minister and the applicant must, on or after the commercial operation date, enter into a non-replaceable forest license. And it's probably somewhere in the legislation, but I'm wondering if the minister can tell me what the definition of a commercial operation date is.
Minister of Forests.
Thank you. These tenures arise when there's an applicant has a BC hydro energy supply contract. They win the contract, they then come to the Ministry of Forests. The Forests determine that they're an eligible applicant, and they go back to hydro and finalize the contract, and then the tenure is issued. It's typically a non-replaceable tenure for less than 10 years.
Member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. Still in this section, obviously, in 4.1, now it's talking about the minister may. We've got a whole bunch of areas where everything's been added where it's must. And this one here has been added where the minister may. If I'm looking at the actual act, this is a change. So can the minister explain why, in a scenario, I guess, of why the minister might refuse a non-replaceable forest license? Just maybe if you can give some examples there of why it would be changed to a may, and appreciate that.
Minister.
Thank you. If looking further down 4.1, it's circumstances where the applicant hasn't paid. They're delinquent on their, and if you look at 4.1 sub A, the applicant or a related person has not yet paid money required to be paid to the government. B, not in compliance with the requirement. So these are circumstances where the license would not be issued.
Members, shall Clause 6 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 7 pass? Aye. Is this on Clause 7?
Clause 7, yes.
Member for Prince George Mackenzie on Clause 7.
And again, I'm not as familiar with this as the staff sitting at the table with the minister, but Clause 7 repeals Section 14(1)E, that terms for cutting permits do not exceed 4 years. Is there a new time restriction replacing the four-year time term?
Minister.
This is probably more complicated than it actually is, or seems more complicated than it actually is. There's no change to the regime. Cutting permit, this language is being deleted from this section, and it will appear in the new 52.08. So it's being taken out of the section applying to tenures, and there'll be one provision that applies across to all cutting permits throughout the Act.
Members, shall Clause 7 pass? So ordered. On Clause 8, Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Clause 8 adjusts the definition of restricted force license to comply with these amendments, but also provides authority for the minister to specify what a restricted force license or that a restricted force license include provisions for an applicant to take steps to obtain from other sources the timber and wood residue needed for processing. I think I know the answer from looking through this entire bill in preparation, but my question was, does this section apply to bioenergy facilities and pellet plants and any other plant that uses residuals?
Minister.
Thank you. The old provision is changed in two respects. 14.2 sub 3 is eliminated, and there's a definition of a supplemental forest license. That is going to the earlier definition section, and otherwise the provisions are the same. And I could talk a little bit about a supplemental forest license, since I think the member did ask a little bit about that. They're used as alternate source of fiber on an infrequent basis, typically where the holder acquires fiber through the open market or traditional business-to-business arrangements. For reasons beyond their control, those sources are not available, mainly targeted towards new or ongoing opportunities for certain sectors: secondary manufacturing, bioenergy, OSB, pulp, value added.
Members, shall Clause 8 pass? Aye. So ordered. On Clause 9, Peace River South.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe the first question I'll ask here is, in Clause 9, we're talking a lot about different forest licenses. How many forest licenses approximately do we have in British Columbia?
Minister.
There are 297 replaceable forest licenses and 100 non-replaceable forest licenses.
Member.
Appreciate the minister being so approximate. That helps. A couple of places, though, yeah, that's right. I won't repeat for Hansard what the minister said. In this clause, though, there's a couple of places where it's actually changing the authorization, a couple of places where it's saying, or a person authorized by the minister is being removed. And it looks like it's giving a little bit more authority, I guess, to the minister. But can we explain the rationale then of who these people are, personal authorized? Because I look at that as a statutory decision maker, but maybe there's others that are authorized by the minister. So who are we removing as authorized people to give the control to the minister?
Minister.
Thank you. The person, the phrase "or a person authorized by the minister" is superfluous. Under the Forest Act, Section 1.1, the minister's powers, the minister can do that and has the authority to delegate, and it's all contained within Section 1.1. So this reference is superfluous. So for I guess efficiency and ease of reading, it's being eliminated.
Member.
So over the last few years, then, I guess I'll say, well, this minister's been in this role. If that authority's been there, how often has the minister had to decline or turn down a permit?
Minister.
There is no discretion for a minister to decline a permit in this context, so there have been none.
Member, shall Clause 9 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 10 pass? Aye. So ordered. On Clause 11, Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Clause 11 expands the circumstances the minister can use to refuse or to replace a license under 19.3 of the Act if he feels it would compromise forest management. I'm going to talk a little bit about this at length here as we go through. But Section 19.3 of the Act says that the minister must replace the licenses or amend upon written request to the minister. This amendment states that the minister may refuse to replace or amend. So maybe I'm missing something here. There appears to be a conflict between these two authorities. So could the minister point me in the right direction?
Minister.
Thank you. In the previous provision of section 19 sub 4, there's a provision that says the minister may refuse to replace or amend under subsection 3 one or more forest licenses if the minister considers the replacement or amendment would compromise forest management. That continues, but what this section adds, the amendment adds in prescribed circumstances, and that is related to a proposed regulation about enforcement, where there are circumstances that, and it hasn't been decided yet in regulation, where that might involve the discretion of the minister if there were some considerations about the related to enforcement. So we give the government additional grounds to refuse to subdivide or consolidate forest licenses to improve accountability and encourage compliance. This could include the ability to refuse for non-payment for amounts owed under the forestry legislation framework and not paid by the due date. So that's the purpose of the amendment.
In charge, Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Sub A, so section 4 sub A, it says if the minister considers that the replacement or amendment would compromise forest management. Could the minister give me a overview of what he considers the issues in forest management are?
Minister.
Hypothetically, one could subdivide into units that are no longer economically efficient and can't be managed. So that would give the discretion to refuse that subdivision, and that would be the reference to effective forest management. Some subdivisions would just be simply too small to be effective.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm interpreting that a subdivision is what some refer to as a soft partition with respect to what you can cut and what you can't cut. And maybe the minister can tell me if I'm right or wrong on that one. But the other aspect of it, so when I look at compromising forest management as a whole, rather than just focusing on the subdivisions that the minister was referencing, what about all the other aspects of forest management, like hydrology, like biodiversity, like wildlife? Are those part of the overall scheme of forest management that is included in this particular section?
Minister Forrest.
Thank you. I'm told this is not a soft partition. A subdivision creates two separate units, and all the other aspects, attributes that the member spoke of could be considered. There's no prohibition on considering those, although primarily in the past I think it's been used to consider whether it would be efficient, but the other values that the member speaks of could be considered.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm pleased with the response that the minister had with respect to that, because there's a number of factors that come to play. When we look at forest management and compromising of forest management in the Prince George Timber Supply area and many of the timber supply areas throughout the province, when we look at the hydrological impact of the loss of forest cover, and there's recent science out there that indicates that if too much of the forest cover is gone from clear-cut logging, that it compromises the hydrological integrity of the watershed, which leads to flooding events in the spring. The snow melts very quickly and rushes down, and ultimately science has now connected it to a contributing factor to the major flood events that we see in the spring in British Columbia. So that's one of the factors. The other factor with that is once that massive flooding takes place and the moisture is out of the ground and the snow is gone, then these watersheds dry out, which leads to a higher risk of wildfire, which we've seen through many of our watersheds across the province here. So I'm just wondering whether this would be taken into consideration when the minister is looking at the provisions under 19.4 to refuse, replace, or amend a license if we have a watershed that has exceeded well, we'll use a tool that the ministry has available to the folks throughout the province here. I think it was highlighted in Extension 118 that was published back in 2017 that indicated or reaffirmed that a watershed that provides community water to community can't have an equivalent clear-cut area more than 20% at any given time. And a fishery-sensitive watershed cannot be exceeding 25% at any given time, and all other watersheds in the province 30% at any given time. Yet we have watersheds that are, the Chilako watershed is one that I know Canfor and other individuals have done assessments on there with an ECA of 90% about 5 years ago. So I'm wondering if these are the things that the ministry takes into consideration or will be taken into consideration from this day forward once this amendment is passed or comes into force when deciding whether or not to issue or cancel a permit based on some of these factors that that science is now identifying as a significant contributor to flooding and fires in the province.
Minister.
Thank you. Appreciate the member raising this particular question. The focus of this amendment is on the issue of consolidation or subdivision. By making the resulting tenure bigger or making it smaller, would that lead to more or less effective forest management? But it's not an opportunity to revisit the AAC. It's not another way of entering into the considerations that the member has considered. It has to be fairly narrowly focused on that consideration, or it would not be a legally sustainable permit.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So I understand that the structure is more administrative with respect to, you know, how the operations are laid out and are planned. But somewhere along the line, the impact of the forest management is impacted by things like hydrology. And so when would the minister entertain the significant impacts of hydrology on the administrative part of administering forestry and forestry licenses and whatnot. If he can't do it there, then where do you do that? And how do you look at something in isolation from all these other significant factors that are impacting the cumulative impacts of forest management at the landscape level or otherwise? And as equally important, and I'll throw this on the record here as well, and we'll talk about it probably later on in here, because this does deal with the administrative function more of forestry under the Forest Act. But these things are important to be taken into consideration. There's no question in my mind. And you know, I've put about 15,000 kilometers on my personal vehicle, driving through the Prince George Timber Supply Area, the Mackenzie Timber Supply Area, the Quesnel Timber Supply Area, Lakes District as well. And I've been driving into all of the retained areas, clear-cut logging all over the place, you know, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hectares. But I've been specifically looking for stick nests because the goshawks have disappeared. The gray owls have disappeared, the great horned owls have disappeared, and they all use these stick nests, which are under the Section 34 of the Wildlife Act. You can't cut them down. You can never cut those down. And there needs to be a retention, that's been in practice anyways, of keeping a 100-meter strip around these particular nests. I haven't found one. I've walked into the areas, I've used my binoculars to scan them, and I haven't found them. And to me, that's concerning because I don't see goshawks and gray owls and great horned owls anymore either. And those are only part of the species that we no longer have available. I think they've been extirpated in many of the regions. So I think these are important things to look at any level of looking at the administration of forest licenses in the province here. So if not here, if the minister is seized with the information that these things are important out there and they are compromising forest management right across the province, how would the minister address these kinds of important issues?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member has raised the issue of where could some of the considerations that he's set out, hydrological, wildlife, at what point or where would these be raised by a decision maker? There are a number of points at which these issues can be raised. The first one would be the timber supply review, which is conducted by the chief forester. The second would be in the forest landscape planning process, and as we've talked about earlier, that would be a fairly detailed process where those considerations could be raised. Under the present scheme, it could be raised under the forest stewardship plan, specifically relating to wildlife. A wildlife habitat area could be created. That was, I think, an area that was formerly within the ministry's, this ministry's powers is now a jurisdiction of the Minister of Walrus. Now they have that capacity now.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I understand.
Hold that thought for at least 10 minutes. We have to recess.
Got to see, it might be up.
Oh, it might be. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're
Upstairs.
safe.
This is the fourth party in the basement playing games now. So expect, from what I heard, expect the bell to ring a lot.
Is that the Berkshire?
Birch, yeah.
Mike, you go ahead, I'll go up there.
So we have some, this section talks about compromising forest management. So the minister has to make some decisions with respect to compromising forest management. So looking at it through a set of administrative glasses, everything is cut and dry. But when you consider compromising forest management on the broader scale, it's like playing the hot potato game. If, it doesn't really apply to my unit, so I'm going to toss it over to another section or another office to deal with. Yet this is serious stuff. The minister talked about, we can declare a wildlife habitat area. It's too late for that because the wildlife is, I would say that 50 to 80% of the wildlife population in British Columbia has disappeared because of habitat loss. I think that's a pretty serious thing. But the other, speaking about the hydrological impacts and the studies that I first came across a study from about 2012, 2009, I think, that first raised this issue for me, that identified the fact that the loss of tree cover is leading to the rapid snow melt in the spring freshets. And then there's a recent study out by Professor Alila at UBC, Faculty of Forestry Hydrology Department, that now has made these connections between the loss of forest cover and the rapid snow melt leading to the water running downstream and collecting into the Fraser Basin and leading to some serious issues there. When we see loss of life associated to floods, when we see the billions of dollars of damage associated to these floods, when we see billions of dollars in damage associated to the fires because the watersheds are drying out, and when we see loss of life with our firefighters this past year, to me, these put government on a pin. And the liability associated to having that knowledge and not taking steps to mitigate those extreme issues at the earliest possible time and every possible point that this connects with the Forest Act and the Forest and Range Practices Act and all the other legislation that supports this, I think is something that government really needs to take a look at. And not only government, but also industry that are operating under the permits issued by the minister for whatever activity that they're involved in here, whatever that particular license might look like, because there might be some liability associated to that as well. So I'm just wondering, has the minister turned his mind to any of these hydrological studies that are out, and some of them have been out for years now? They've been identified in the Forest Practices Board reports that have come out. That's what drew it to my attention about 7 or 8 years ago. So these are the things that are compromising the forest in my world, where I live, the largest timber supply area in British Columbia, and I know others as well. So I'm just wondering, you know, if the minister considers this a significant issue that needs to be addressed at every level and at every opportunity within the respective legislation.
Minister.
Thank you very much. The member raises a number of very significant concerns about forest management, indeed the future of the land in the province. That's the reason why we are engaged in a forest transformation process. That's the motivation behind the overall strategic review. It's 14 recommendations that we have accepted and are acting upon. Certainly that's among those considerations are some of the specific concerns that the members expressed about hydrology and wildlife habitat. And I know he's not confining his view to those, but giving those as the most vivid examples of what has gone wrong. And so that's the direction we're heading. Forest landscape planning is one of the mechanisms that we're using. We've changed some of the legislation to eliminate the focus entirely on timber values and those will be, other values will be considered in any aspect of that. Certainly the Chief Forester, as I'm told, is aware of the studies from the UBC Faculty of Forestry. He's a registered professional forester himself, obviously, and and he has a section that assists him in researching that and making important decisions about the AAC and why it might not be the same as it was before. So those are, I don't want to minimize what the member is saying, and I think these are profound, important concerns, and I share his anxiety and concern. I think it's well placed about the future of the province as climate change impacts us and the ways in which we can change our forest landscape or our forest management practices to reflect those concerns. That's the direction that we are heading, and that's the direction I'm instructed to head, and I advocate for when I can. But on this specific provision in this particular part of the legislation, the primary focus is on the effect of consolidation or the effect of division, and how will that impact the effect of forest management. It's not, it doesn't take into account the full range of concerns in that kind of a decision in the way that the member suggests. I think there are other places, so I'm not dismissing his concerns in the slightest, but there are other places in the changes we're bringing about where exactly these concerns will be considered.
Members, shall Clause 11 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 12 pass? So ordered. Clause 13 pass? So ordered. Clause 14 pass? So ordered. Clause 15? So ordered. And on Clause 16? So ordered. And on Clause 17? Thank you. Member for Peace River South.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We will get to a couple of parts of this bill, obviously, where we'll be able to move along quite quickly. This one here is just more for my morbid curiosity, because there's a couple of places in the bill that this has changed, where we've gone from the wording in the initial part, a title at the top of a section where it actually said a tree farm license must, and so that's been taken out. But then every subsection afterwards has had the word added, must. I guess my only question is why? It's not, the intent, I guess, hasn't changed from the must to a must. It's just the technical part. If it's only because of the new section added at the bottom, M, which is a may, was that because of drafting purposes, basically, in order to quantify it, because you couldn't have must in the last one? I guess that's my question there, because it is a lot of work for one word.
Minister.
Thank you. As the reason for the amendment is there's a potential ambiguity, so by adding must in each subsection makes it very, very clear, other than in subsection 35.1 sub M, which adds may. That equally makes it clear. So it is simply grammatical changes to make the meaning of the statute intended by the drafters clear.
Members, shall Clause 17 pass? Aye. So ordered. On Clause 18, members, shall Clause 18 pass? Aye. So ordered. On Clause 19, members, shall Clause 19 pass? Aye. So ordered. On Clause 20, shall Clause 20 pass? Aye. So ordered. Clause 21. Shall Clause 21 pass? So ordered. On Clause 22. Thank you for saving me, member for Peace River South.
Thanks, Jerry. You were on a roll, though. You were doing great. I guess 22 and 23, if the minister can just so I don't have to ask it twice and be redundant, because it's the same thing in the subsection, so in 4B on both. In the prescribed circumstances, that's, to me, seems very vague. What, can the minister give an example? So when we're talking about these different areas and we're seeing the wording added in the prescribed circumstances, give me some examples of what that really means.
Minister.
The phrase "in the prescribed circumstances" is a reference to and enables future regulation if that's decided to do so. This could include the ability to refuse for non-payment for amounts owed under the forestry legislation framework and not paid by the due date. So similar to a similar provision that we referenced earlier in these proceedings.
Members, shall Clause 22 pass? So ordered. On Clause 23, Peace River South.
Thank you. My first dig I'll have today is at the beginning of this is the minister said, you know, there was all these sections so we wouldn't have things later dates regulation. But that I'll say somewhat tongue in cheek. Can the minister just give me an idea here in this section here when we're talking about pulpwood agreements? How many pulpwood agreements do we have in the province right now? I'm assuming not a lot, but I'm just curious.
Minister.
There are three of these type of agreements. The policy is to phase them out. They're regarded as obsolescent.
Members, shall Clause 23 pass? So ordered. Members, shall Clause 24 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 25 pass? So ordered. Clause 26, shall it pass? So ordered. Clause 27, shall it pass? So ordered. Clause 28, pass. So ordered. On Clause 28, Peace River South.
Yeah, thank you. Just another question. Just trying to just quantify some of the things here. So in 28, we're talking about the First Nations woodland licenses. So do we have those currently in BC? And if so, is this something we're going to continue on with? How many do we have? I'm just trying to look at the intent of this one.
Minister. Looks like Megan's pushing it, so I'd say so. Minister, you're welcome to continue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to take that break to count the number of bells. And we can continue. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There are 25 of these type of tenures. They are still sought after by First Nations.
Members, shall Clause 28 pass? Members, shall Clause 29, or Clauses 29 to 36 inclusive pass? So ordered. On Clause 27, member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. 37. Yeah. If I read this clause correctly, the amendment applies to licensees who under Section 47.72 sub 1 sub C are supposed to process felled timber into chips or other products and remove those products, and that with this amendment now, the minister can refuse to issue a recovery permit on one or more grounds set out in Section 81.2. Does this apply to licensees who leave large piles of fiber on logging sites in the various areas?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reference is to 81 sub 2, and similarly, or similar to other provisions that we've discussed earlier, this gives the discretion to refuse a specified authorization for failure to pay or failure to follow a specific order or direction. So it's meant to give that discretion to those who don't follow the rules.
Recognizing the member from Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. So it's there for the people who don't follow the rules, which is part of the concern that I have. I'm just trying to figure out how broad this can be applied when we see, you know, if we have a bioenergy plant or a pellet plant that is going to a licensee for fiber as required under one of the sections we've looked at here. I just can't remember the top of my head which one it is. But yet we see the licensees that they're purchasing these residual fibers from have logging sites throughout their operating area with piles and piles and piles of residual wood fiber that they end up burning, or they will leave there for years. I've seen some of those sites. So I'm just wondering whether this section applies to that through extension of the licensee's operations.
Minister.
Thank you. In the example that the member provided, that might be arguably a violation of the waste regulation, and if there were an investigation and a contravention found, then that would give the authority under Section 81 sub 2 sub B, an applicant who is not in compliance with or has failed in the past to comply with a requirement under this Act or the Forest Range Practices Act, they would then be, that would give perhaps a discretion to refuse a permit.
Shall Clause 37 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause recognizing the member from Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. This is the new Part 3.1 that, in my understanding, hasn't been transferred from anywhere in the statute. So, and it thoroughly clarifies the cutting permits and road permits and improves the discretion to approve and refuse to approve cutting permits or road permits. I'm actually quite pleased with what I saw there. I'm aware of situations where licensees have demanded cutting permits and road permits and have raised the argument that district managers have no authority or discretion to refuse them, even if they would lead to contraventions by practices that are not consistent with objectives set by government. I've had this complaint from various individuals. 5202 determines that the holder of a forest license or an area-based license must not harvest the AAC available except as authorized under a cutting permit under this part. Yet subsection 3 states that the above requirements do not apply to the extent that harvesting without a cutting permit is specifically authorized under this act or other enactment. Can the minister qualify this? On one hand, it says that a cutting permit is required, and on the other hand, it says that it's not.
Thank you. I'm going to hope I can explain this. Under section... oh, sorry. Thank you. May I proceed?
Absolutely, I'd be delighted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Under the Forest and Range Practices Act, section 52, sub 1, sub B, a person, the minister may authorize for other purposes other than those set out in the other part of the act, for purposes such as silviculture, stand tending, forest health, abating a fire hazard related to wildfires, or another purpose, that would not require a cutting permit, but yet that would be permitted by the minister in those specified circumstances.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that. One of the other sections that I have trouble interpreting is section 5203, that it says, subject to this part and section 209, the minister may, on application by the holder of an agreement, issue a cutting permit authorizing the holder to exercise harvesting rights under the agreement. I'm just wondering, section 209 of what statute or where is it?
Minister.
The reference is to section 209 of the Forest Act, and that, looking at section 209, it applies where a special purpose area is created, and there are certain provisions about what may or may not be, what rights might be exercisable within a special purpose area.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and appreciate my colleague who just helped me navigate to that particular section that I couldn't find.
Just go like this, Minister, that's how many it'll be. Oh, okay, we all got caught off guard there.
So I call a recess and we will reconvene in a while.
Probably after.
Thank you, everybody, for returning so promptly. I call Committee of the Whole, Bill 41, Forest Statutes Amendment Act 2023, back to order. We are on Clause 38. Shall Clause 38 pass? No.
Not yet.
Recognizing the member from Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll spend a bit of time, and this goes back to the issue I brought up with one of the previous clauses as well. Issuance of a cutting permit under 5203. And it says, subject to this part and section 209, and we went through that, the minister may, on application by holder of agreement, issue a cutting permit authorizing the holder to exercise harvesting rights under the agreement. Subsection 2 says, without limiting the minister's discretion under subsection 1 to consider other matters, in deciding whether to issue a cutting permit, the minister must consider the impact the timber harvesting under the cutting permit and road construction in relation to the cutting permit would have on the management and conservation of forests, on the cultural heritage resources, on public health and safety, and prescribed matters. So I guess I'm going to go again on this. Now we're talking about cutting permits and cutting down trees that are adding. So this is probably the more appropriate for the discussion that we had earlier. So I'm just going to kind of reiterate some of the things there. With respect to sub A, the management and conservation of forest resources, and the minister acknowledged previously that the forest resources is basically everything in a forest. It's a complete forest. It's not just fiber by itself. It's the biodiversity, it's the hydrology, it's the evapotranspirational aspects of a forest and all those other things that are important. So we're talking about the issuance of forest cutting permits in this area. As an example, in the Houston area, CANFOR partnered with a wildlife biologist and a professional forester, and they did a study on goshawks. And I was afforded a copy of the study, a year or so ago. And the study basically said that at one time there was 400 and some, and I'm just going off the top of my head right now, but over 400 goshawk colonies in the operating area at one time. They're down to about 34. And the study recognized that, the common practice up until the study surfaced was if a stick nest was identified that was being used by goshawks, that 100-meter retention area would be kept around that, particularly for the goshawks. And goshawks are red listed, the northern goshawk. And but this study indicated that probably it's 1,200 hectares is appropriate for a colony of goshawks to survive. And which is substantially more than a 100-meter leaf strip around that particular area.
It'll be the bozos. Oh, sorry, I'm on answered, so they can quote that from me.
Yeah, I know. We're just gonna wait that out.
It's the rest
Thank you, Chair. So to me, this is significant, and it changes the complexities around issuing cutting permits when you look at the fact that instead of 100-meter retention around a stick nest, it's now 1,200 hectares that needs to be considered. And it was quite an extensive study, and the licensee operating in the area was part of that. I don't know what their thoughts are now as a result of the study coming out and forwarded to me, and I think government also has a copy of that. So is this something that the minister would be considering with respect to issuing cutting permits in an area that has been reduced from 400 and some goshawk colony nests down to 34, I believe is what the number was at the time. It's perhaps even less than that now, as a significant impact for determining whether a cutting permit should be issued or not?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to address the question, I would say that this is the kind of issue that could be addressed by a statutory decision maker, but I wouldn't want to be interpreted as binding a future statutory decision maker, of course. What one would hope, though, and the direction of the legislation, is that it would be, an issue like this would be identified earlier in the process, at the forest landscape planning process, or at the forest stewardship level, so that the cutting permit is really the last regulatory intervention before something happens. So, but in theory, yes, but the push, the direction of the Act is to identify important issues like this earlier on in the process, and then develop a plan taking all those factors into account.
Member.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the minister's answer. The landscape planning process has not yet commenced. It still needs to be brought into force, as I understand it, along with the operational mapping and whatnot. So this is a significant factor that we face right across the province today, where we have 81 species of wildlife in British Columbia that den or nest in tree cavities. And these tree cavities are anywhere from 10 to 40 feet off the ground. And they occur in primary forest, in trees that are probably 100 years old and older. So, and same with the goshawk nests, that they inhabit primary forest areas. They can't survive unless there is a primary forest available for them to seek their prey. So between that and the 81 species of wildlife that den or nest in tree cavities that are disappearing across the province, and I look at fisher that are red listed and they're one of the species. I look at marten populations are down probably 90% or more, perhaps extirpated in many regions of the province. These are pressing issues today. And when we consider the fact that since the mid-1960s, since we started clear cutting in British Columbia, we've probably clear cut in the neighborhood of 20 million hectares of forested area in British Columbia, so that those tree cavities have disappeared in many parts of the province. So we are, the crunch is coming. When we look at the primary forests that we have left available in British Columbia as habitat for the remaining few species that we have and the populations that we have in these primary forests, I think there's a sense of urgency to address the issue today rather than waiting for the implementation of the landscape level planning mechanism process. And government is not nimble, and by the time that comes into force and people start looking at those things, we will have harvested a lot more primary forest out there. And it takes hundreds of years to come back, so we won't be able to get that wildlife back. So I'm just looking for a sense of urgency from the minister with respect to this particular section under this amendment, whether this can be utilized and looked at to take into consideration the urgency to preserve a lot of these species that are facing extirpation in the province here.
Minister.
Thank you very much. The problem and the concern that the member raises is a pervasive problem. Under the new regulation, they would be open to the statutory decision maker to request more information, impose conditions after inquiry, or reject. Now that is on the individual cutting permit level. There are other tools that are available that already exist and are used, such as designating an old growth management area or a wildlife habitat area as well. That would be with the other ministry, the walrus as well. So there are a number of other methods or tools that could be used to address the member's concern. I sense the member has done a lot of research, thought about this topic very deeply, and cares very strongly about it. And I want to acknowledge that here, and do not want to convey the impression that I'm being dismissive. But on the other hand, I don't want to usurp the jurisdiction of a statutory decision maker or other policy makers.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and again, I appreciate where the minister's coming from. There, and again, I reflect back on the nimbleness of government, having been involved in government for many, many years. By the time we figure out a solution to this, following protocols, we'll be in greater trouble than we are today. And we'll have more floods and more fires and more wildlife disappearing. And this is, under subsection A, this is the management and conservation of forest resources. So that's paramount. So I'm not going to harp on it too much. Wildlife habitat areas, we have government action regulations, we have OGMAs, old growth management areas that we see in many areas, although in my particular Prince George Timber Supply area, the largest in the province, we have very few designated, legislated OGMAs in Prince George. We've lost all of that. And the district manager has recently issued a directive to everybody saying we have to retain what we have, and he's got some areas kind of spatialized for that. But it's still going to be too little too late by the time everybody makes up their mind to figure out how we're going to address the significant loss of wildlife that we have in the province. So that's A, the management and conservation of forest resources. B, the cultural heritage resources. I know that my colleague from the Green Party may have issues on that. And I know many of the First Nations communities in my region have issues with that, and they have been talking to the district manager and the forest licensees with respect to that as well. But the other area I'm going to focus on, because it's my area of expertise, I guess, or was at one time, is C, public health and safety. And as I have watched emergency management procedures and declarations of emergencies in British Columbia over the past number of years related to the floods and related to the fires, it troubles me when I see these things happening. And we now have science that's probably about 15 or 20 years old now that has been connecting the dots to the cause of these floods as the loss of forest cover in snow-dominated regions of British Columbia, which is most of British Columbia, particularly on the south-facing slopes. That has led to the massive spring freshets that we're now seeing every year, that have led to the collection of floodwaters in the Fraser Basin all the way down into the Lower Mainland, and the loss of life that we've seen associated to that. And that's a public safety issue of paramount concern that I think all ministries and all members of government, and industry for that matter, should be taking quite seriously. The science was suggesting, and I know science is, it's a moving element. There was a hydrological assessment done, and this is the first time it came to my attention, down in the Penticton area. And at that time, they determined that it takes 80 years for a tree to grow back to provide sufficient protection from the sun's radiation that it would slow down that rapid melting of the snow. And I know and I referred to Extension Note 118, where it was talking about the 20, 25, and 30% equivalent clear-cut areas. That was all based on that an area would be taken out of an equivalent clear-cut area once a tree height reaches 65% of its original height. So if the original heights were 150-foot trees, then it's a pretty significant amount of growth that has to take place. The average seral distribution that we have in my area and throughout much of the province, the average age of the trees is 45 years old, and they haven't met that threshold yet. But there's still harvesting taking place with these 30, 35, 40, 45-year-old tree stands, and I know a lot of thinning has to take place. So we're not reducing the equivalent clear-cut area. We're actually expanding it every year as we're harvesting all these trees. The Anzac River watershed is another area in my riding where the loss of tree cover probably covers about 60% or more of that particular watershed. It's in the Peace River watershed because half of my riding is in the Arctic watershed and the other half is in the Pacific region. But needless to say, this is creating a public safety issue. I was listening to the Insurance Bureau of Canada on a radio program not too long ago where he was saying, we are now recognizing that these floods are not an accident. And they are looking at, should we be covering those costs associated to that through an insurance program? And he's right. We know that it's no longer an accident. It's because of the loss of forest cover associated to clear cutting and over harvesting in many of the areas that we have. This is information that is here and now in front of us. And some of it's fairly old. So in light of public safety, I think this is an issue that government needs to really look at. This is even, wildlife is my passion, but public safety, when I see that we risk people's lives every year through these massive floods, then we have nothing left in the forest to buffer and mitigate the impact of these atmospheric rivers that come through from time to time, and we'll see more and more of them with the result of climate change, that we need to hustle and make sure that we have changes in place so we don't do this. And I think it starts with forestry. Those changes starts with the forest ministry to start looking after that flood mitigation. I also think that if we do that we can rely on natural means to mitigate these floods, that we can save billions of dollars in infrastructure costs and rebuilding bridges and culverts and everything else along the line as well. And okay, you want me to?
Just pause, if you don't mind,
Okay.
just pausing for a second, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, member. Please carry on.
Yeah. So, and the other side of that is once the forest cover is gone, and once the snow melt has washed, or the sun has washed all the snow away, then the ground starts drying out. And it increases the risk of wildfire in many of our watersheds throughout the province here, and it adds to the drought situations that we see. And we saw the loss of life associated to firefighters this year. We saw hundreds of buildings destroyed as a result. And the Insurance Bureau of Canada is saying, is this an accident? Because we know what's causing this as well. So this is a big load on government shoulders right now to wrestle this beast to the ground and exercise due diligence to deal with it as soon as possible so that we can mitigate these threats against human lives and infrastructure in British Columbia. So again, I'm just throwing that out to the minister. Hopefully we'll see some action where it's not tossed from one agency to the other because of the complexities associated to this. But I think this section itself, when I went through this bill and I read this section, I thought, aha, here we have a chance to actually do something positive to start mitigating these situations that we have in British Columbia here. So I guess that's more of a statement than it is anything else. But, you know, if the minister wants to respond to, you know, the urgency with respect to public safety, I would appreciate that too.
Minister.
Thank you. I want to thank the member for his question slash statement. And again, I appreciate, I heard him say some of the very similar things at second reading. And obviously this reflects a profound concern and a lot of thought and a concern for a public policy response. I would say at the cutting permit level, this provision is focused largely, but not entirely, on the danger that comes from if you cut trees on a steep slope and then create the prospect of landslides, and which is a public safety hazard. So I think that's what was being thought of. Clearly, the member has taken the ambit of public safety to a much broader level. There are a number of responses. I think the government created the new Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Resilience, which is designed to respond to the climate crisis and the many dimensions that brings on, whether it's flooding. The Forest Ministry is responsible for the BC Wildfire Service, and after the season that we've had this year, which was the worst ever on record, members mentioned that, the deaths, but the over 2 million hectares burned, unprecedented and right across the country. So these are issues that demand a policy response, whether it's best to, and I share the member's skepticism about government action, but when government is determined, with broad public support, government can move very fast. So I think that we have a number of initiatives to deal with flood, with fire. They are not entirely caused by one factor, but certainly forests and proper management of forests and the forest practice has a great impact on the land and consequences that may flow from that. So really, I just want to thank the member for raising these concerns, and I look forward to his support for other government initiatives.
Recognizing the House Leader of the third party.
Thank you, and I appreciate the comments from the member from Prince George Mackenzie. I share a lot of the similar concerns with the impact on the landscape of certain forest harvesting practices. Certainly, as the minister knows, and I and my colleague have been very supportive of widening the scope of the decision-making within the ministry to outside of the statement that's been in legislation to not unduly impact timber supply. Is this a clause that kind of opens in the scope of the decision making so it is more comprehensive than just timber value as being the only one that's valued in our forests?
Minister.
Thank you. The short answer is yes, and that's the reason why that step was taken. It's part of transforming the forest management to consider other values that are set out in the overall strategic review and that we have adopted and are implementing a number of the provisions. We haven't completely implemented all of them, but we have certainly made substantial progress on a number of them.
Member.
Yeah, thank you. Can the minister maybe, and member from Prince George Mackenzie noted the aspects around the cultural heritage resources. Can the minister maybe outline what the process would be and cultural heritage resources are identified within an area? What would that process be for the statutory decision maker in accommodating those resources?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to set the stage for the question, the cultural heritage resources, the term is defined in the Forest Act and also applies to the Forest FRPA. And I'm going to quote, it means an object, a site, or the location of a traditional societal practice that is of historical, cultural, or archaeological significance to British Columbia, a community, or an Aboriginal people. So in the significance of the amendment here is that the information can be requested. It can't, sometimes previously the knowledge was the property or the unspoken property of the tenure holder. They knew about it, but the decision maker would not. It gives the power to request information and then make a decision on that would reflect that particular value. And so there are archaeological areas, there are cultural practices, there are culturally modified trees. All of those things can now be considered by the decision maker, and there's a mechanism to find out about them in order to include that in a decision.
Member.
So, one of these sites is identified. The decision maker has the information. Do they have to? How does that kind of fit within the decision-making framework? I'm assuming that the decision maker could choose to ignore the information and continue to proceed with issuing a cutting permit. Or are there any requirements that they need to consult or negotiate with local nations if it's a First Nations heritage? From the minister's definition, that would actually be a narrow interpretation of it. It sounds like it could be a wide variety of different cultural resources that could be there.
Pardon me. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to respond to the question, then move adjournment. The member will have noted that this is a requirement that the minister must consider, the minister or the delegate must consider the impact, and this cultural heritage resources is a requirement. It has to be considered. So, and that would be a part of the decision if the statutory decision maker, in the member's example, chooses to know about it and ignore it without giving reasons that are substantive or intelligible or supportable, then that would leave that statutory decision open to judicial review. But I think the key part of it is the mandatory requirement to consider that, and it can't simply be brushed aside or ignored. So, if I could move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again, Madam Chair.
Members, the question is that the committee rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate nay. Motion is carried. This committee stands adjourned.